Right, I am in Lord of the Rings Online. About 2 weeks ago, they finally did something that people have wanted for a long time. They have added scaling options to the game that actually function for a good while there. Trying to play this game in 4K or even 1440 was just painful. Text was just too small. You couldn't properly scale things. It just didn't work. And it was getting to the point where it was driving people away from the game. Both people that had been playing the game and people that were trying to come to the game. Ooh, that inventory 6. Well, we'll get to that in a bit. Oh, look at that. I need to re-up my VIP anyway. Still gotta talk to the NPC. So anyway, they finally added a number of scaling options that actually function right. There's a global UI scale that does what it's supposed to. Good times for all. However, it had some bugs. Enough that I kind of went off it for a bit. What I'm showing right now is actually something new. Normally, your map looked like this. Also, it was stretched out. They have got correct aspect ratios now for the maps, for the loading screens, so they look a little less terrible. They're still ancient screenshots. I need to redo them. But at least they're not stretched and looking like Spectre's face in his ending of Twisted Metal 2. And if you get that reference, this is your reminder to take your pills. I keep saying that, but yeah. Reminds me, I didn't take mine. I'm just taking ibuprofen right throughout my back, but you do. Anyway, one of the options they have added is the ability to pop out your map, and it's freely resizable. I mean, not freely. It's keeping it to the aspect, which is for the best. And this means that you can, basically have your map open. I mean, that's unreadable. Don't get me wrong. We still can't zoom in on maps properly. I do wish we could do that. I have things expiring. Take them all. But this is a big help. This is a big step towards modernization. This is good stuff. However, they had some glitches when this first launched, which is funny because they delayed it repeatedly. This thing must have taken them a lot of work. Your character marker would just disappear while walking around. I'm sure they fixed that by now. What else? There were other things. I forget what all the different fixes and additions were, but there have been many. So, right now I'm in King's Gondor still. Basically, I'm on the step of the story where we're about to all hop on a boat for Umbar. But before we can do that, we have to round up all of our crew members, which means endless questing. So I don't expect to actually get on this boat anytime soon. The first thing I need to do is find a milestone here. You're right over here. Oh, yeah, I forgot what it looked like. I'm probably bound to it already. Nope, Lawn Kyrian. Nope. Fine with this. Ooh, that's tiny. Come on, guys. This is what we're supposed to be fixing. As an example, that's what everything used to look like. Let me talk to an NPC real quick. Let me make sure that Jack behind all of you. a vendor will do.
We must strive
No, I need someone with
defend our
dialogue.
newly gained peace.
I'll do that back in Bree. So we're going to jump back to Bree real quick. Yeah, it was a big old patch they had a couple weeks ago. Also did some class overhauls. Look at that load screen. It's actually viewable now instead of the visual puke that it was before. Oh, man. And for your average person, who cares, right? It's a loading screen. If you've been looking at this crap for decades and it's looked like shit the entire time, it matters. It really does. Get our VIP nonsense, so I don't have to worry about it. Let's see. I'm back on difficulty 3 because I need to learn how to play this class again. We have music, just in case you need to know what server I'm on. Full of a server. Anyway, dude, I even see them. Whoa! Riding under the influence here. Still lots of stuttering, but I mean that's a lot of people. I think stuttering anyway. Alright. Yeah, they definitely hit the reset button on a lot of the scaling.
Could I speak with you?
Yeah, so you can see how you can actually read this, depending on what resolution you're in, or if you're on a phone or whatever. It might be difficult, but before, this was literally ant-sized. You could not read it. Now, if that's too small, you hit a button and it gets bigger. You can make it as readable as you want, which is good, because this game's average player age is probably getting up there. Every now and then in World Chat, the topic of player age will come up, and oh boy, we're gonna be playing this shit in the nursing home. I'm calling it now. Go ahead and cash in our VIP here. Make use of all this. So, fun fact, I still have my glitched... What the fuck? Oh my god. Okay. That's weird. That showed up unscaled. What was that? Anyway. Looks like an upgrade. Why am I not wearing this? Ooh, that too, actually. Yeah, okay. I've got a bunch of quest shit I haven't been using. More health, more might. Well, decimals means more iron. So, my physical mastery is not great. That's okay. I'm just a red guard. Who cares? Red guard. I know what that... Anyway. Vitality. I'm going to lose some might on this. I'm going to lose a lot of might, actually. That's 920 might. Maybe this is why I didn't equip it. That's a sizable chunk. Not that it matters while you're leveling, I know. But we do get like 9,000 resistance. It's not quite over 9,000. We got physical mitigation, tackle mitigation. That's... honestly, yeah. It's better. I am getting some hitching that I didn't see before. I think just because I'm in town. I think all the players are playing havoc with that. Let's trash all my comp. Okay, I didn't have that many. I need to figure out what is clogging up my stuff here. I mean, I have all these like reports and shit. But... like a lot of these are just selection things that I'm not gonna We go. Go, Smith. Oh, metalsmith I already. So weaponsmith then. Take it. Learn it? Cool. Showed up with a red background, so I wasn't sure. What the fuck? Okay, we got bugs. We got bugs. Look at that. Look at that. So this is a fun little comparison. So when I'm right-clicking this, it on-scales it for some reason, but it's, even though it's a bug, it's a great example of what this used to look like at 4K. Because I'm playing at 4K right now. Right? And right now, this is readable. At least for me. I mean, you know. Again, sometimes YouTube will screw that up, and I know Twitch will too. But for me, this is perfectly readable. That's what it used to look like. And it was a real pain in the ass to try and fix that. If not impossible. I think I just gave up and used lawful scaling. Which, as much as I love that program, I do very much love that I don't need to use it. Worth me trying to look up ridiculous. Legendary item box? I really don't need that. All the boosters I'm never going to use. Cosmetic clothes? Where do these come from? I think we can't. I think the shared storage that's gonna be. What's my actual storage look like on this character? Getting worse. Alright, toss him in. Clothes, we can sell that. Does it look good? Done. Am I ever gonna use it though? This is the problem with this game that I have with the cosmetics. So many things look cool in this game, and I'm like, I'm never gonna use that. Fuck it, looks cool. I'll toss it in there and make a decision another day. Man, that just describes my entire life right there. There's another. Oh yeah, this one we definitely need to hang on to. That's like plot related. Yeah, the Gundabad's claim. Cloak. We're gonna hang on to you. What else in here needs a decision made? Cool looking halberd. Do I really? Yeah, let's cosmetically save that. Into the wardrobe with you. Which is almost full. I'm gonna have to add more space. I'm probably gonna have to go through that and get rid of some of the older stuff that doesn't hold up anymore. Weighted cutlass. I'm never going to use it, but I've got other characters that might. In you go. Oh shit, that was the wrong one. I just put that in storage. Hold on. Come on back up. Butterbird's longsword. Why do I still have this? Stupid. Got this thing. Hold on. I just. Oh my god. Okay, certain things are not scaled. I have a theory. Reset all UI. Oh god. I don't have that too. 2, 3. Oh, not quite 2. I don't think. I do think it messed with a lot of stuff. It's looking pretty decent there. Where's the one I... There. Now, that glitch is just plain there. Nothing to be done. .75 pretty good here. The dialogue look like.
Could I speak with you a moment?
A little much. I can't see on the preview, but looks good to me. We'll leave it at that. Oh yeah, right. Cutlass. Wardrobe, store this thing. We can sell that when we need to. How many shields also need? Yeah, we're adding space. Adding space. Okay, that shield's in. Now, one thing that I really wish they would do in terms of quality of life is if you could sell from your inventory right from the window. Just let me drag it over. Right? Just let me do. That'd be so good. Instead, I have to hunt through this list for these items, thankfully. Not usually too hard. That armor also got saved. Ooh. I think that might be better. Let's see, might will go up. Vitality goes slightly down. You get crit and evade. Gonna lose a whole bunch of physical mastery. But we're gonna gain like 400 might. So, hold on. Gotta do some numbers here. I know this doesn't matter, but it matters to me, damn it. So, as far as I'm aware, physical mastery is your end number. This is what you ultimately want as far as hitting things. Yeah, it goes down by like 4 grand. With 151% damage increase. This is 155. Health increases by a few hundred. The real trick, though, is critical and evade. Crit rating. The thing is, I'm not a crit class. So my default crit chance is 12.7%. Other here makes it 13.6. I'm sure I'll get better stuff than that. I probably shouldn't have sold those. Hold on. Hold on. This is why we can buy things back. I'm dumb. That shield might actually be the best shield I have right now. On the off chance that I ever have to tank something. And see where things land. Next one, the shields don't even wind up next to each other. I love it. But I think this one I just had for appearances. Do I have this in my wardrobe? Yes, I do. But I have no reason to hang on to these. Very old novel. Thing is, there were a large number of levels there where no quests were giving me shields. So this thing is actually pretty new. Unfortunately, Guardian just cannot use Sword and Shield and have any kind of offense. Even Red Spec, it's just, you are not supposed to do it. Like, your damage is crap. Is there anything I can go grab here? A lot of this is, like, stuff from character creation, but... Collection of rewards for defeating enemies' warbands from the vault. Okay, nothing crazy here. Wow, the scaling really just still has all kinds of bugs. Oh, that's okay. No, I'm just looking for anything last minute here I can ditch or get rid of. These tokens, can I put this in storage? It'd be really nice, and I have a sneaking suspicion you can't. These are actually useless. Use both. Level 86 legendary traceries. Dude, I'm like almost on 145. Yeah, I need to find out what I need to do with those. I don't know if you can update them or do anything useful with them. Jesus, I hate inventorying games like this, man. It's bring everything to a stop. The only thing I can disenchant is a training snow dummy, which I didn't even know I have this. I'll put that in my yard at some point. Stained envelope starts in their absence. Wow. Wow. I never started this. Yeah, this is like instant stuff at low level. Oh shit. Oh, Amroth. Can I store these? Ooh, I can. Okay. Cool. I've got a bunch of these from when I actually gave a shit about Dull Amroth. We're getting general errors for transferring things. That's not good. Okay, that's a few things out of there. Wow, I don't like how slow that the transfer is. It makes me nervous. Database problems? What database problems? Alright. Oh yeah, I've got the Hobbit gifts. This shit. Skirmish tokens? Sure. I have no idea if I was capped or not. There it is. Sealed tracery. Cool. It went into aerial. Virtue experience. What do we have on deck? What virtue are we learning? Honor. How you doing, Cryo Drakes? You ready for adventure yet? Speed acceleration. Someday I'll use that. No, the quick cyber sands I haven't touched it in days. the same thing that always happened with that, where you know, they're making their push. Oh man, we're close to the end, and I couldn't care less. I'm out. I'll join in. I'll get my yucks out of it, and then be like, cool, you know, whatever happens, happens. All right, back to the quest. Second, I teleport. I'm going to remember something else I need to do in Bree. I do like that the different factions feel different in Helldivers. I am glad of that. However, some are way more fun to fight than others. Like, I love fighting the boss. The bugs are okay. I need to be in the mood for bugs. And Illuminate, I'm never in the mood for. Alright, so we have to collect langserated wildflowers and beast parts. From crawlers, crabs, or oxen. Very wide spread of critter. And I have a feeling I can't get out from here. Can I get to the beach boots? Looks like it. This is probably not where I'm supposed to go. Oh, never mind. No, we're good. Although, something's hard. Alright, we got course. Oh, wow, we got all kinds of. I'm a bad enough dude to just AoE everything here. Let's not do that right off the bat. Alright. Couldn't have done that. Alright, I keep forgetting. My entire rotation has changed. Hell, Tezhor. Alright. So that explains all the Corsairs. We're having a little bit of lag here. Seeing it. So here's the problem. While I'm fishing for a parry, a block is not a parry. I'm very limited in what I can do. I'm not sure that these Guardian changes were a good idea. Wait. Hurling retaliation? Where's my other AoE? Come on. Acting blow. I had another one that was like a big swirl. That was a... Oh, that was Whirling Breach. I had Whirling Breach here. Shit. God, they killed Whirling Breach. So yeah, I am actually down in AoE. I could put Cataclysmic Shout there instead. Let's see, War Chant's probably a better idea. Yeah, that's a 3-minute cooldown. Let's put War Chant here. Just have that as part of my AoE rotation now, I guess. Wait, what? That's a different move. Where is... Hold on. They didn't reset shit, did they? Oh, no, they didn't. Okay, good. Woo! Woo, points spent. I saw the 0. I thought that was points spent. I was like, no, I don't remember. Where the hell's Rupture? I had that on Control 3, and I think I moved it, but I do not know where. Oh. I have it on 9 now? Oh yeah, it's Hammer Down, not Rupture. Okay, well, Again, Wow, my rotation's gonna be jacked up for a while. Meanwhile, I have not done any of what I'm supposed to do. Any critters and crabs and oxen. You know, I saw human enemies and I'm like, hell yeah, let's go. Who's this chick? I don't have her quest, okay. Well, I actually have to... That far? Always okay? Whatever. I need to move that. That's... Let's go look. Yeah, let's put you... Here? Yes. There. I think my thinking was to put it in the middle so that my mouse could hit it at some point, but I didn't click stuff. I need to figure this out. So, main thing is I need to get the thrust first to really start up. Which is unfortunate, because that means that I have to already have a parry response, and it's 1 deep on a parry response. At which point, do sweep and cut. Okay, I need to find overwhelm. So, we go land thrust, do sweep and cut to add another dot. Then we're going to do brutal assault to open another parry response so I can get to overwhelm. Then I can cash it. Dude, my buttons are all over the place. I'm going to remember this. I keep getting blocks instead. There, okay. That's the wrong move. Right off, just... It's not going to survive long. Piece of shit. Yeah. This ox does not have enough health to to do those. Okay. Control 1. All 3. 6. 3. And it's dead. God damn it. There's so much setup now for your payoff. And if you do all this and the guy is still standing, you just kind of sit there like, what now? Trying to find like a quick and dirty version I can do just on command, but yeah, this new 2-week-old rotation is different. See, while I'm fishing for this parry, I'm really just kind of stuck. Damn. Yeah, I do not like when Helldivers has that feeling of like, wow, I accomplished nothing. Like, I just wasted my time on that dive. That sucks. And I get it. The game should be fun enough that you're not thinking about rewards, but you are. It's a video game. Of course you are. It's a video game that's asking for you to invest your time in it. You want to get something out of it. You know? It's kind of the weird thing about having rewards in games at all like that. Where, you know, you play other games that have no rewards and you don't care because you're like, oh, well, I'm just here for fun. You know, you have no sense of losing anything or not gaining anything. Wildflowers. Alright. 6 of these guys. I have no idea why I'm gathering these. I think I'm doing someone a favor so they can tell me where Legolas and Gimli are. I think that's what I'm doing. It's been a few weeks. I can't remember. Yeah. Yeah. They've definitely had their hand on the wheel during that whole thing. They are very much trying to guide it. And they're trying to guide it in both directions. And the problem with that is you're going to piss off all sides of the player base. You're going to piss off the side that wants the power fantasy and doesn't want to be told that they didn't do a good enough job. Shit, this is loud. Yeah, cash out early, but chew cash. Hold on. Yeah, chew bleed cash outs. That's a lot of work for chew bleed cash outs. Starting to think I need to just brutal assault into thrust and then cash out. Well, it's the first event. There have been other things where they weren't counting it, where they're like, yeah, this, you know, this has been insane. But on the other hand, if they just let us stroll into the enemy capital and take it on the first try, that's kind of nuts. That's a little more reliable. It's not my full cash out, but it works. There you got all my stuff. Oh, I mean, they ideally wouldn't do the exact same thing again. That would be a giant misstep. I think it would be more interesting if we see a scenario where we don't take Cyberstand, but we've crippled them so much they can't fully push us out, and it just changes the theater to be kind of close to Cyberstand, and now we have a whole new campaign from there, right? Where it's like, okay, we've established ourselves here, we can't continue the direct assault, but they also can't push us out. We're gonna, you know, we're gonna hold here, and now we have new objectives. I think that would be the smartest thing they could do from this. But the trouble with making it obvious that you're influencing stuff, it feels cheap and it feels like it doesn't matter how hard you try. Be careful how I'm setting my back is. Been kind of out of commission the last few days. But, see that femur. And it always goes back to D&D with me, where, you know, if the players can obviously tell that you are shielding them from harm, they're going to stop caring, right? There's no stakes anymore. Meanwhile, if you make it obvious that you're not just going to let them actually win on their own merits, and you're gonna yank victory away because, oh, it's not time for that yet, they're also going to stop caring. Because why would I put effort in if, you know, you're just going to do what you want anyway, right? It's a problem in D&D, and thankfully in D&D, people get so wrapped up in, you know, rolling the dice, making your attacks. Oh, look at all the damage I just did. Oh man, look at how high my armor class is. Nothing can touch me. This is awesome. You know, you get wrapped up in the little things like, you know, having a cool line to say, you know, when the villain says something and you're like, not today, or whatever bullshit you say, you know. You get so wrapped up in that stuff that you either are purposefully and consciously overlooking the fact that you're being bamboozled and strung along, or you just don't care, right? Some people never even register, right? I know with newer D&D players, you know, usually like, you know, with my ex when she first kind of was getting into it and all, like she would come out some, she'd come out of some of these sessions just being like, oh man, that was kind of bullshit. You know, we should have had that. And it's like, yeah, I've DM'd enough. I know all the tricks that are happening behind the scenes. And I'm like, yeah, okay. You know, I'm not going to ruin the illusion for you. You know, I'm not going to tell you how the magician's cutting the lady in half, you know? Yes. Well, that's different. That's different. So that is... And again, these all come down to, like, small-scale gaming, right? Like, table full of dudes or ladies, especially these days. And you're introducing your villain and someone takes a swing at him, right? And you're sitting there going, but wait, it's the villain. He's supposed to have his villainous monologue right now. Why would you attack him in the middle of that? You still have to respect that they did it. Now, what if they hit? What if the orc barbarian with that giant great axe with a ×3 crit modifier actually lands a solid 20? I had this happen, by the way. This is not a what if. This is something that happened where I had a major villain, you know, taunting the party, and they had stats that were really high. In a stand-up fight, there's no reason that the party should be able to actually harm them. They even had plot bullshit going. Didn't matter. He was caught with a crit. They confirmed the crit, and I think they did like 90 some damage. This was not that high level of a character, but that's the way this character was built. And everyone at the table, like, okay, so like one guy that was playing with us was also a DM. I could see on his face, he knew shit just got derailed, right? And it was my fault for putting this guy in great axe range. I shouldn't have done it. And here's the funny part. It was Wendy that did it. I remember right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. So, and I'm like, fuck it, man. That was like a near max damage crit with a great axe. For whatever reason, she was playing a half-orc barbarian or something like that, something along those lines. She always would play the druid, always did that, and she was like, fuck this healing, I want to kill something. I'm like, okay, roll this. So, Mr. Big Bad Villain, who was supposed to be, like, one of 3, like, it was the whole idea was supposed to be that they would meet each one of the villains, like, kind of, you know, in their own thing, and then eventually they'd have to face off against all 3 of them at once, like, when they were, like, badass enough. Yeah, one of the 3 just immediately loses his head. And for me, I had to shuffle everything. All plans were now off. Everything had to get reshuffled. Made sure that the players didn't see that part of it. You know, like I said, the one friend of mine that also DM'd is just going, oh shit, that probably just messed everything up, you know. And I'm like, I can handle this. This is okay. No one panic. You know, and everyone else at the table was sitting there like, oh, that was cool. Not even thinking, you know, oh shit, we just offed a major antagonist way too early. So I rolled with it. And now, you know, the other antagonists had, like, you know, a score to settle. They were like, oh my god, I can't believe, like, you know, they killed that guy. I don't even remember his name. This was years and years ago now. Had an antagonist that party managed to disarm, so he was forced to use his magic instead. And it weakens him for a time the more he used it. Party later killed him with his own weapon. Yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens. As they say, shit happens when you party naked. Oh, if you actually give your big bad a glaring weakness, you know it's going to come into play. Well, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes they don't even go for that, and they just overpower the guy on their own terms. Yeah, it's funny. On Monday, we were supposed to go to a bar that was having a D&D session. And it's a really classy bar. And apparently one of the bartenders is a DM. And it's a pretty big group. So we're like, okay, let's show up. So I showed up with stuff ready to go. Like, I actually had a level 1 character just in case they just wanted to have, like, a standard array character to go with. My friend has never really played in person. Months ago, we kind of sat down and, like, spitballed a character for her. And I was like, okay, well, we can get yours up and going too. Go in there. Turns out it was canceled last minute because one of the other bartenders couldn't make it, so the DM had to bartend instead. So we're all sitting there talking. And she's like, well, you know, if anyone else ever wants a DM, you can. My friend, not knowing what she was saying, is like, oh, Mike can DM? And I'm like, no, Mike can't. I have no material right now. I have nothing here. Like, you don't just do a pop-up D&D thing. I've done it before. Don't get me wrong. When I was younger and more creative. But yeah, she was just like, oh yeah, no, he can do it. It's one of those things where it's like, oh no, this person can or cannot do something. It's like, no, you don't get it. There's all kinds of prep and shit you have to do. Like, you can't just do that. Not to mention, I've not played 5th edition on a table in person. So, yeah. That was not going to be my introduction to it. And yeah, perfect villains suck. Perfect villains suck. I always make sure that they have something that makes them worthy of being a villain. Something that puts them out of range of being one shot, usually. In the example I was giving before, these 3 villains were able to sort of phase out of reality for periods of time. And, you know, it kind of let them do the classic villain thing of, you know, get out of a situation without having to worry about being chased down or whatever. But when you got the guy right in the middle of a conversation, and I'm like, fuck it, it was a perfect sneak attack. And, you know, for a barbarian. And, like, all the rolls were there. And I'm like, shit, flat-footed. They're not armored at the moment. And it's like, yeah, that, you know, natural 20, you can't do anything about that. You know, like, it was hilarious. I let it roll. Now, the ideal DM shenanigans when you're putting the foot on the scale is when the players don't notice, right? Or when you let... A lot of it is sleight of hand. Where you don't see people making rolls at certain times. And then other times you make them public because you know the odds are in your favor. Nah, Adeo would have stopped that bullet no matter what. That bullet had a 0% chance of hitting. There's no way. There's no way. Now, honestly, if they had not gone with lowering the gate on them and just shot her in the middle of that parade, maybe. But I have a feeling that Adea probably is powerful enough and quick enough to get that barrier up in time no matter what. You know, she was surprised by the gates closing, but then she now knew that something was going on. So she was no longer surprised. She would have been much more surprised by a gunshot. Unless, again, you know, she had the... Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, like, the gunshot would have been the better surprise than the gates closing. But, like, a high-level character like that, you know, and obviously, you know, very powerful, you know, time sorceress, witch, whatever. You probably... Jack Black. Where? Is he in the room? Anyway. How you doing, Inamoki? But yeah, the ease with which she put that barrier up, I have a feeling she would have stopped it. Like, I don't know that would have worked. It is, although that kind of thing is also why Final Fantasy VII works, because you had a perfect villain, right? But he canonically dies before the game even starts by a level 1 nobody, because he gets caught off guard. And they do the same thing to Zack originally. They've changed that now. So that was good stuff. I should probably be leveling.
They will all be used in something.
Friend return before you did. Oh yes, it was a seasickness remedy I was making. That's right. Oh, because Gimli's gonna fucking barf all over the boat, I guess. Yeah, that's what's happening here.
I hope possession of this remedy will ease the turmoil of Gimli's stomach.
May not need to even ingest it. If he knows it's near at hand, it might be taken if necessary. That makes sense. That makes sense. I will not tell him with a chance that it will do nothing, unless he asks directly. I am skimming. Forgive me. Yeah, Tales games do that. Chrono Trigger does it. Like, you can kill lavas. You likely aren't going to have the stats for it, but you can do it the first time you run into them. Yeah, Tales of Destiny will let you do that if you defeat Leon at the start, I believe. I want to say that was actually an ending. Okay, both Gimli and I will meet you by the Wave Hunter when you're ready to depart. Cool, we got them. Who else we got here? Knight of the Green Hills. I'm just gonna have to look up where these people are, aren't I? Because I was supposed to talk to him about it. Unless they have it on the map, and I don't think they do. Wait. Yes, they do. Hey, what's up here? Oh god, it zoomed out too much. I have no idea where I am now. That is Morlod. Okay, got it. Right there. Well, yeah, Larian, you expect that from. That makes perfect sense that Larian games are set up that way. They're not a... Uh-oh. Why are icons not working now? Oh, no, they haven't fixed this. This is a different bug. Oh god, I can't read that. Furious. This is part of the reason why I didn't play this for a couple weeks. I wanted them to get all these bugs fixed, and instead I'm seeing new and exciting bugs. Oh yes, the plot armor buff, I remember that.
Have you come to help? Good.
My favorite is when you can kill enemies, and then they just act like they won. Like, the game just pretends that they won, and, you know, your character's like, he's too strong. It's like, no, he's not. God, they're doing it, like, on a... Okay, now they're all showing up. Oh, man. This ain't doing great. What was Marlot again? All the way out here. Where can I actually go from here? I don't think we actually travel this. We're gonna make me actually travel this. Okay. Hitting the road to the east. Yeah, fighting Ed. And sometimes I can get it where it's like, oh, you did all this damage and it means nothing. Like, oh, wow, he must be strong. But it's way more effective when you hit someone and it's doing, like, 0 damage, you know? Or at least give them some kind of ability. Right? Like, oh, it, you know, after so many turns, he completely healed all his wounds. What the hell? You know? It's like, crap, I didn't know he could do that. It's like, we're gonna have to figure out a way around that. Like, as long as it's something. When you sit there and do, like, you know, crazy damage to it, that, you know, should even be messing up, like, endgame enemies or something. No expansion for this? No idea. I'm not even current on this. Right now, right now, the quests I'm doing are supposed to be to get a crew together for a boat so that we can go to Umbar, which is where the last 2 expansions, I believe, have been. So I'm closing in. I mean, I'm at level 144. As you can see, though, enemies are blue, so I'm trying to just do the story shit. Which sucks, because to do deeds, I'm going to have to come back later and, you know, just blow through everything. Last major patch for Dawn Trail should be this summer. I've been thinking about that game. Then I made the mistake of watching someone play it, and I had this horrible realization that I have no idea what's going on. And I'm like, man, this really is why I don't like this game. I think it was the story more than anything, as well as the cameos and the, you know, oh man, I wonder what summoned enemy or whatever we're gonna fight next, you know, from the classic games. That stuff got me. Well, like the first half of Dawn Trail was cool. I liked it. Like, it was a little cheesy how every single place you go, Woke Lamau or whatever her name was. I can't remember her actual name. I just remember the joke of Woke Lamau, and I'm like, that's the funniest shit ever. And I liked her as a character. I really liked her as a character. She's kind of a cool, like, almost Tidus, right? She's supposed to be Tidus, we're supposed to be Auron. That's really cool, I like that. I like that whole dynamic. But every single place you go to, she's having the same, like, Saturday morning cartoon revelations. Like, wait a minute, people are people. It's like, yeah, okay. Like, is this really your big revelation? Alright, whatever. It's like, we learned how to make tacos, or whatever the fuck we were doing. And don't get me wrong, I thought the cultural shit was cool, right? That was my favorite part of that whole story, was that, and how they kind of were dealing with, like, multi-level threats, where it's like, you know, is it Wook Lamont? I don't know. But, yeah, Wook Lamont, it, like, had her own little village, right? And the game all but basically said, oh yeah, no, your character can flatten this guy. They're all, yeah, he was terrible. He was terrible. He had a couple cool moments. My favorite was when, like, you know, what was it? You had to, like, convince someone to tell you something. And he did nothing but stare at the guy. And his aura did the work. That was cool. That's, like, his best moment. That part was actually really awesome. Other than that, yeah. Yeah. It was pretty much a miss. But yeah, I liked the whole thing that, like, you know, the one recurring villain wasn't really a threat to you personally. Like, to the point that, like, you know, anytime you arrive on scene, like, he's looking for a way to get out of there. Because he's like, whoa, I do not want to fight this person. I'm probably going to lose. Right? Whoa, that's a lot of Corsairs. Oh, wait a minute, they're light blue. Alright, time to test my, AoEs. Fuck first. Yeah, we're alright. We're good. But, yeah, I think they did a lot of stuff right. And unfortunately, you know, they had to end it with, like, okay, now weird, like, space aliens from another dimension show up for no reason. And we're gonna have Final Fantasy IX names all over the place. Isn't that cool? Isn't that, like, you know, like the nostalgia all the kids want? Oh yeah, I've got Whirling Retaliation back. I should be using that. AoE still feels pretty much the same. The single target rotation that got fucked up. 24-man raids is based on 11. I didn't touch any of that. Which, I mean, that's no surprise if you've ever seen how I play 14. There's so much content in 14 that I just do not enjoy. Part of my problem here is I just need to redo my buttons. There's a lot of enemies on the road here. This isn't the best way to go. I probably could have just read right through them. Rid? Road. English major. What's up? Now, Dawn Trail had some really good moments, all early on. One of the best was, and it got me mad because he snuck a cheap death on me, but fighting the king or whatever, that was cool, right? Because it felt like an additional scene, like a side scene or something that has nothing to do with the plot. Like, I could see this side event happening. Like, this is something that Saiton would do in Xenogears, like, right? He would go off and have a little aside that Faye knows nothing about, or something that Auron would do. You know, he would go and have a friendly sparring match with some guy, you know, while Tidus is off, like, you know, laughing like a seagull, right? Like, that stuff worked for me. Unfortunately, it didn't work for a lot of people. A lot of people do not want to be second fiddle. And I find that really hilarious, considering it's an MMO, right? The fact that this thing even has a strong story is weird. Like, in all honesty, I kind of hate how important your character is in Lord of the Rings Online. Like, Aragorn is like, oh man, you're like my go-to person. And I'm going, why? Why am I your go-to person? Don't get me wrong, I've done some shit. right? But it's like, as far as he's concerned, you know, like, yeah, sure, I show up and kick ass every now and then. And, this people start off. Okay. Not run from. But the, you know, the extent of what I did was I survived Pelennor Fields. Like, that's my big accomplishment as far as, like, the lore goes. Which, funny enough, a lot of characters from the 1 to 100 leveling in this do not survive Pelennor Fields. Like, imagine Final Fantasy XIV having one of those big moments where all these characters from, like, the very start all the way up to, you know, the last zone, and everybody's getting together, and they're all having a big battle, and then 3/4 of them die. Some of them nonchalantly, some of them in a big heroic moment. You know, 14 would never do it. Not now. Oh, I did the Dark Knight questline. I did the Dark Knight questline. My main job was Dark Knight at the end. It's usually either that or Gunbreaker. And Dawntrail was actually, I'm pretty sure it was Dark Knight I was playing at the end. I don't think I got anything else to max level other than Dark Knight. Like, I bounced off the end of Dawntrail so hard. I was done. I needed a break, and that was over a year ago, and I still can't imagine resubbing at the moment. I just have no desire to. Like, I kind of want to see the fight that that Everything Burns is set to. Because it's a cool song, it's Tom Morello, I'm a big, you know, big fan of him. I'm 100% happier with old MMOs. I've been thinking about this a lot. A lot. Like, part of the reason I haven't been streaming, one, I've been busy as shit. Two, is that when I actually do get a chance to play games, you know, I have been playing Skyrim lately, and I haven't actually sat down and played Skyrim since 2018. I checked. Like, when I got VR, I played the VR version a good bit, you know. But that was VR. I wasn't going to sit down for like 20 hours in that, you know. Not that I did with this, but the main reason I'm not streaming it, though, is because I bit the bullet, and because I was like, you know what? I've never gotten the Nexus like subscription thing where, like, you get the unlimited download speed and collections and all that stuff. It's like, fuck it, let me see what this is all about. And let me tell you, that process is amazing. And the fact that Bethesda can't do the same thing is hilarious to me, because Bethesda should be making tons of money off of that. They tried to with the Creators Club. Didn't work. But with one click, installed over 500 mods. It all literally just worked, and it's not streamable because there's non-stream safe stuff in it. Let's leave it at that. I mean, you know, if you know anything about Skyrim mods, you know what all winds up in them, and some of these collections have that stuff in them. Funny thing, those are some of the best made mods I've ever seen. The quality and the amount of work that went into the adult stuff on the Skyrim modding scene, it's mind-blowingly good. It is insanely well done. Not to mention, of course, like, it's actually a collection that makes the game good. Like, it's unrecognizably good, right? And it made me realize we're never going to get another game like Skyrim. We just aren't. Skyrim was made too well, Even though Skyrim has a ton of flaws, it was made too well. That has turned into a forever game. Like, with mods and collections and all, there's literally dozens of full-blown reimaginings of Skyrim. Changing it into a completely different game. And Bethesda gets... Normally they get one box sale off it. Now they have gone back to that well and re-release it over and over again, knowing that mod makers would make for the new one and force everybody to get the new one. So they've sold the same game to us, like, 4 times by now. But there's a reason why Elder Scrolls 6 is taking forever. It's the same reason why GTA 6 is taking forever. Because they're terrified they're not going to live up to the last game. It's the same reason why Final Fantasy VII took forever to get that remake. Because they knew they couldn't do it again. The best games are high points, Final Fantasy never got back up to Final Fantasy VII level. And don't get me wrong, people like 10, people love 9, 8 has its weirdo fans. I'm one of them. But 7? 7 was a high watermark. They know it. And they're remaking 7, throwing everything they have into it. And while in a lot of ways you can tell that the developers have a big love for 7, there's a lot of stuff in there where I'm like, man, they kind of didn't know what made that special, did they? Part of what made 7 special was that it was just one game. It was just one massive game that from beginning to end took you for such a ride. And they've already screwed up by having, the first 2 of 3 games end with a fight against Sephiroth. That's how the third game's going to end. It can't end any other way. Meaning that the Sephiroth, the guy that you're supposed to be chasing all throughout Final Fantasy VII, you never see him in the flesh until super late. And you never get a proper fight against him, except for when he transforms into a horrible final boss monster. Unless you count the dream / livestream / Cloud's mine sequence at the very end. But in the remakes, we've already fought him, over and over. It's not special. It's... Yeah. They can't remake 7 in the way that will recapture what made 7 good. Skyrim is going to be the high watermark for Elder Scrolls. There's no way they're going to outdo it. Especially now, because, honestly, modded Skyrim is better than anything that Bethesda can make. And Bethesda tried to, have that as a feature. That's why Starfield is so empty. They just figured people were gonna want space so they could mod it. And all the modders took one look at it and went, nah. Well, except for one. That Star Wars mod looks amazing. But, yeah, I was thinking about all that in the last week or so while I was playing this ridiculously transformed Skyrim. And I realize that MMOs are in the same spot for me. They cannot make MMOs like they used to. They just can't. Why I love LotRO. Because it's this big open world with just ridiculous numbers of quests and stuff to get into. No one's going to make this game today. There's too much stuff to miss in this game. You can't see everything on the same character. It doesn't have, a dodge roll mechanic. It doesn't have, active blocking. There's no targeting other than tab targeting. There's some AoEs you dodge, but let's face it, that doesn't work the best in this game, and they know it. But everyone wants a game like this. Just like everyone wanted a game like Final Fantasy VII or Skyrim or GTA 5. And the problem is that game development has been getting worse. And we're getting to the point where today's developers cannot match the developers from 20 years ago. They're just not as good. And they hide behind, oh, well, the graphics are hard to make, But look at the detail that we put in. This is, like we put so much effort into this. I don't care about all that. Like, why can't you make stuff with the same kind of passion that people made in the 90s with, horrible restrictions? I mean, you can just look at Elder Scrolls. Every single game has gotten, away from the stuff that started it off. There is stuff in Elder Scrolls 1 Arena that the series has never done again. And I miss it. That's why I'm actually really excited for whenever they wind up doing open TES Arena, or whatever the hell the name is. The source port they're working on. It's taken a while, but they're working on it. It's not, I don't think it's coming along as quick as the Daggerfall one did. That was a flash in the pan. That Daggerfall source port is incredible. And yeah, indie studios are absolutely just clowning on big developers. And I think this is part of why development teams suck now. Imagine you're a game developer, okay? Like, you've been in the industry a while, you've developed your skills, you've been part of some really big games, you know what you're doing. Every time you finish a project, your company makes you re-interview for your job. Or they just flat out fire you and rehire you if they come up with something they want you for. Why are you going to stick around for that? All the good developers went and struck it out on their own. Because a small team making a big hit, you're set for life. You're done. You don't have to worry about a yearly salary when you make fucking Stardew Valley. That dude's done. He won. That guy has won at life. He keeps adding to the game because fuck it, why not? I hate to say it, if you're a code monkey working at a big company, and this is coming from someone that does not code. In high school, I tapped it. I poked at it, and I went, nope, not for me. And part of it was because I didn't want to get involved in that world. I kind of saw some of that. I didn't think it would get this bad, but, I was like, I don't want to conflate my enjoyment with my work, Okay, Terraria updated again. How many years ago was that final update? How many updates ago was that final update? Yeah. I mean, shit, I hate to say it. Let's look at Lord of the Rings Online. Do you think these developers are the best MMO developers in the market? Fuck no. They've landed here, they're competent enough to keep the game running, and to, once a year add a new expansion or a new area or, whatever. But they can't even fix glaring problems with the game. Like, they can't make this game from 2007 not stutter on $2,000 gaming PCs that can run new games flawlessly. And don't get me wrong, there's part of that that's difficult, but damn well a better developer team would have figured it out years ago. And with the number of people that were pushed, and I saw this happen back in the 90s, the number of people that were pushed into programming. And the number of people that said, I'm going to be a video game maker. I hate to tell you, there are not that many talented people in the world. So when the masses go and try to all make video games, a lot of them wind up kind of slumming it. Even the industry vets can't seem to get shit off the ground anymore. Richard Garriott, I mean, he put a game out, Shroud of the Avatar, it is a thing. He hasn't been involved in it for forever, but, they put it out the door. Ashes of Creation was on Steam for a month before they shut it down, and, now they're in the middle of a giant lawsuit, and, Steam is like issuing refunds to people because it's an obvious scam. Meanwhile, you've got the guy that made Palworld, who right now probably has more money than God. And he deserves it. Ashes of Creation was, it was supposed to be, hold on, make sure I'm thinking of the right game here. I'm like 90% sure this is the one, but I'm gonna Google something before I go and spout this shit. Hold on. Okay, I was incorrect there. So, there were a few MMOs, and I had to Google this because I had to make sure. There were a few MMOs that were all basically Kickstarter, we're bringing it back. We're bringing back the old school MMO feel with a new game. It's going to be made, for current systems with, we're going to lessen the pain points, but we're going to have that old school feel. Right? There's a number of them that tried to come out. Ashes of Creation was one of them. Another one is Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, which I own that. However much you can own it. I don't even remember what the deal with that game is. I haven't touched it in a year. What was the other one? Shit. Monsters and Memories, which I did one test for and went, nah. This is EverQuest for people that don't know what EverQuest was. Like, I would rather play EverQuest 1 than this. Ashes of Creation was having all the classic Kickstarter problems. They weren't making any progress. They kept asking for more money. They were making promises of things like, oh, there is no board. I am in control of everything. Right? And then, all of a sudden, it launches on Steam, and it is not ready. And everyone's like, what the fuck? Months later, all of a sudden, CEO goes, oh, shit, hey guys, I hate to do this, this sucks. I just had to resign as CEO because the board, remember the board, the one, he said there wasn't one? The board wanted to do things that I was not morally okay with. And I can't talk about any of it, super hush-hush, but, the board wanted me to do evil, bad things, and I didn't want to do it. So he's out. And then, all the developers also quit or were fired. It's a mess. And there was some kind of a thing where they were, obligated by one of their promises that they would have a Steam release. So the common assumption is the Steam release was basically there to satisfy the requirement for a month, then they would pull out, which they did. Now it's looking like, a whole bunch of documentation's coming out where the CEO was doing inappropriate shit with the money. It turns out there's a paper trail. It's going to be a mess. And meanwhile, all the MMO players that, like older MMOs, are just going, cool, one less. That's one less chance of, hope. Like, where is, this guy? Let's see, last played May 25th of 2025. So we've got a combat and progression update here. They're doing stuff. Someday I'll take another look at this. I assume it's just perpetually up at this point. I have no idea. We got a roadmap. None of that shit means anything to me. Looks like all their actual big stuff is like for the summer, and the rest of this is like content. Yeah, it's a thing. I need to poke in on this and see what's up. I played it for 4 hours, which is like, what, a stream? Yeah, pretty much. Which is one of the reasons why I am so happy that Project Borgen is doing well, at least at the moment. Holy shit, they added yet another server? Strekios. I actually rolled on another server and had a much better time than when I streamed it a few weeks ago. Because I was on that new player server where everybody was, and it was on an unplayable mess. I had a much better time rolling on one of the lesser ones. The problem is, all these people will go away with time, and then they're going to all be on dead servers because they have no server transfers. So, that's all coming. Speaking of which, I'm playing a game.
I am pleased to see you again. But what brings you here now?
Looking for Sigilith, who is a character from the Siege of Mirkwood. Trying to get her on our team, and you mean, wait, from the north, you expect this elf warrior to come through the paths of the dead? Yeah, that sounds about right. Let's see if she's there. I think free time is kind of the big... Whoa, what's up with your cloak? God. Oh my god. Oh god. Let's see, I feel like, where's the hints for these? Let's see, That's a 6-letter word for what I'm looking at. Oh, fucked. That's it. That's what I'm looking for. Oh. Anyway. Yeah, there's some artifacts, alright. Is my video card dying? What? But no, the Rift situation also, I mean, I'm guilty of it. I haven't been in there for probably a couple months now. That little revival is doing well. Apparently they as a response, they went and added the ability to freeze your experience. So people that just wanted to play the vanilla experience and nothing else can freeze their experience at 50 and just never go to the expansion area and just pretend it's, launch. Because unlike World of Warcraft, Rift never changed the 1 to 50 content, as far as I know. Rift did revive. In terms of player base, there's people there. You can play it right now. Now, new content? I wouldn't hold my breath. I don't think they have developers who can do that. I could be wrong. Maybe they do. But just to... Let me check something real quick here. I actually got a lot of hate for naming that stream "Jumpstarting a Dead MMO Like a 1987 Jeep Wrangler." I actually got a lot of hate for that on YouTube. People are not happy, but it's got a bunch of views by my standards, so whatever. Let me see here. Look at that. We're in a dungeon. We're running a dungeon. The game is now this was what, 2 months ago? But we're sitting here running a fucking dungeon. This was not set up in chat. This was using their the in-game group finder. I turn it on, but this long-haired idiot's probably running his mouth. But yeah, like last I saw, you can play this game right now with people. As far as I'm concerned, that's a win. In some ways, Star Wars is still going. Star Wars is fucking. I still have it installed. It's right here. I was playing that just a couple months ago. I haven't uninstalled it yet. I'm not subscribed to it at the moment. I did subscribe so I'd have the newest expansion. But yeah, Lord of the Rings Online does not have this healthy of a player base in some ways. So Rift, right now, kind of more playable. At least as of 2 months ago. I don't know if it's still true or not. But we were actually having like leveling groups and, running dungeons and instances, and it was cool. Lord of the Rings Online, until they add the ability to match levels, which they've openly said that they would love to do it, but they don't know how because, everything I've been saying. Until they can do that, they're never going to have that kind of research. Like, there's 487 people who are not anonymous right now on the server. That's nothing. That's nothing. Now, the numbers might slowly start going up because they are putting work in. They fixed the UI stuff for the most part. It still has glitches. You need proof. Watch this. Oops! That's unreadable. What is this, UI for ants? But for the most part, it's fixed. For the most part. It's at least playable. Which is more than it's been for years. Hey, it's a Swan Knight. I remember him. Or one of them. This game, I still insist, is a stone's throw away from a massive resurgence. If this game can solve its level problem and fix more of the back-end performance issues and server problems and all that, there's no reason why this game could not come back. And I mean, like, today, right? If you could just play this game with your friends, not have to worry about level differences and all that, just get together and run quests, this game would fulfill 9/10 of what everybody wants out of classic MMOs. Easy. It has dungeons, it has instances, it has dynamic content, it has roaming enemies, it has secrets, it has like craft stuff to do quietly, it has deeds that involve like going and just exploring and doing stuff, and you get a meaningful, but it has all this great stuff going for it. But it's also got a level spread of 160 levels with no ability to level match and no way to halt your progress unless you completely turn off experience gaining with a paid item. That's a problem. Meanwhile, on Rift, you can just right-click yourself and set your level. And it will stay there and you continue gaining experience. That one change would be the biggest game changer for this game. It's what saved ESO, to be honest. And that was an Elder Scrolls MMO. that game was in the fucking toilet and swirling until they did Tamriel United, or one Tamriel, whichever one it was. Because it was a few updates that did it. But when they took out the level problem, instantly better. Funny thing, ESO is actually also looking at a year of significant improvements. Most of them are monetary. They are decoupling a lot of the monetization from stuff that sucks. The only thing that they are not changing, and they'll never change it, is the crafting bag. Like, inventory's still a problem. Let's see. Secret mission, recruiting, blah, blah, blah. While you wait for your friend to arrive, maybe you'll help with my own task. Great. So we're defeating foes. Okay, no problem. Star Wars also had to do that same thing. Now, Star Wars actually did it very aggressively, where, you go into a zone and you are wrangled right into the level range that they want you at. Now, their scaling isn't perfect. High-level characters can go in there and just destroy shit. But they're not doing it in an unfair way, It's not interrupting players that are there for the first time, like, legit, It's not perfect, but the fact that it's there at all is good. And I really think that's what LotRO needs to go for, because right now, just the plot of the book is impossible, right? Like, you can't have a meaningful grouping of people with any kind of level difference. And this is after a stat squish. I mean, people went from millions of morale or hit points to just a few thousand, like a few years ago. It's still this wild imbalance. What's up? It's alright. Yeah, that works. I could have done that better. And honestly, this has been a problem for a long time. Like, ever since EverQuest, even, where it's just like, oh, sorry, you're too low level, I can't really do anything. That's an issue. Right? And everyone has the same stupid... Wait, why is this goat considered a foe? Weird. Whatever, fuck you, goat. You saw the tooltip, you gotta go. Whoops. Hit that goat. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, the original plot of Lord of the Rings cannot happen right now because, like, you can't take 4 hobbits with you and go and have an adventure, right? Like, that's a major issue. And I mean, yeah, sure, it would take a lot of work, even if you do it quick and dirty, where you go, okay, every 10 levels, let's do a quick audit here and see what kind of gear is available for players. See what their health should look like. See what their offense should look like. Oh, I get no! He died before I could cash it out. I had one more move to go. I had all the wounds, I think. Yeah, there's slashing wound, there's deep wound. What was this one? Brutal wound. I hit that one. I don't even think it got to tick, but it was on him. And then I was going to add an overwhelming wound, which would have been 4. Then I would have cashed it out with hammer down. That would have been glorious. But anyway. And the thing is, I'm told that, like, at end level, there actually is stuff, like, going on. Like, people are grouping up. People are doing the raids. People are doing the instances. And it's very casual. Like, the Lord of the Rings audience is very casual when it comes to this shit, Like, they want to bake pies and shit. Compromised fucking pain there. And it's why the legendary server is always so much fun up until it stops caring because it hits the content that people don't like. Because holy shit, man, like tanking for those early instances is awesome. Like getting in there and healing a group of people and that shit's great. Like, it's just classic MMO gameplay, and it feels wonderful, and we don't get that from the current big games. Final Fantasy XIV is a fine game, don't get me wrong, but I could not give half of a rat's ass about that world. I really can't. Like, in terms of the story, sure. How you doing, Wendy? Like, in terms of the story, I love 14, right? In terms of actually trying to explore that world, why? Like, no. Do this? Oh shit! I've killed my guys. I'm just unnecessarily destroying birds now. Lock off, Featherface. Say Featherface, not Leather. And like I said, Fleather, like pleather, like fake feathers. I don't know. Anyway, my point is, old games are good, new games are bad. I can't even say that. Final Fantasy XIV is an old game now. Like, Final Fantasy XIV is now old enough that, like, someone should really have a stern talking to about, the birds and the bees with it. It's gonna hit puberty whether you want it to or not. Meanwhile, LotRO, shit, it's about to start drinking. Look at, EverQuest and also online, those have mortgages now. AOL's Neverwinter Nights? Well, it died. I was gonna make a joke about it taking pills, but no, it's dead. It's dead.
Thank you, my friend. It is always a pleasure to work alongside you.
I did not expect to see you on the road. I would have found you, as we will find my brother.
Hold up. That voice... Is that fucking Irileth from, Skyrim? And other voices, usually a Dark Elf and Elder Scrolls. Hold on. Going down the rabbit hole real quick. Lonnie Manella, huh? Okay. What else have you done? I have a sinking feeling. Yep, that's her. That's her. She has a few voices in the game. Oh, looking at it, she's done a number of voices. So that is funny. She plays Irileth in Skyrim. But here, she's playing a character named Sigilith. I feel like that might have actually been on purpose. Because, Siege of Mirkwood. Actually, I think Siege of Mirkwood came out before Skyrim. That might be a happy coincidence. Anyway. What have you learned of Corridon's whereabouts? Oh boy. Gotcha. I hadn't streamed in a week, so figured I'd get in here and get at least a few out. Not too much longer on me, but it's good to get in here. Oh, that's right. Corridon was her brother. I forgot. Yeah, so Corridon we thought died like 15 years ago in real life. In game, it's a lot less time. I want to say that all of Lord of the Rings Online, I'm pretty sure canonically only takes place within a year or so at this point. Like, Lord of the Rings, the story does not take very long. Ship is docked at a lake to the west. I will meet you there and sail with you to Umbar. My brother will be freed from captivity and death, just as I was when you thought me dead. Yeah, Sigilith apparently survived somehow underneath of Dol Guldur. Like this entire time. Just hanging out down there.
Sounds like quite the adventure.
I would go with you, but I'm commanded to make safe the Vale. Yeah, have fun with that. There's dead shit everywhere. Alright, who else we got? We got 3 more. Knight of Green Hills, Sealong Lord, and Corsair Jax. God. My poor eyes. Dol Amroth has someone. Really wish this was better done. Okay, Dol Amroth, I should be able to get a ride from here, because it's the same region. Jank as it is, I still love my Warsteed. Funny enough, years ago, the Warsteed was what got me back into Lord of the Rings Online. I had been playing a Cavalier in Pathfinder and kind of got into it a little, and I'm like, man, there needs to be more games where you actually have like proper mounted combat. And the one obvious one, of course, was Mount and Blade. Bannerlord wasn't out yet. And I was like, isn't there an MMO that has this shit? And I'm like, Googling and stuff. Like, has anyone ever tried, like, proper, mounted stuff? And Lord of the Rings Online comes up, and I'm like, oh shit, they did have a whole expansion about it. That's right, I forgot. So, it put a fire under me to make a new character. Actually, this one. And that was around 2020, 2021, somewhere around there. And, hit Rohan, and I started doing the mounted combat, and I'm like, oh, this is amazing. It's like, it's laggy, but this is amazing. And, I remember streaming it, and everyone just going, oh my god, this looks terrible. And I'm like, no, it's really cool. Like, you've got to understand what's happening. Like, this red bar is my momentum, and, like, you spend it every time you hit something, and you have to, like, wheel around and get it built back up. And if you're on a heavy horse, that's hard to do because your steering is less. And they're like, why are you, like, ice skating around? Like, this shit. It does look terrible. And that's an animation problem, to be honest. A modern game would find a way to animate that in a way that doesn't look like it's just veering out of control. I just remember being like, what the fuck, guys? This is awesome. And no one thought of it. No one. Because in my mind's imagination, I'm still sitting there like, oh man, the wind's rushing past. And like, it's almost like getting into a dogfight or something, but like, fantasy. And you're like trying to outmaneuver guys, and someone's trying to line up a shot on you, and you gotta look out for them. It was cool. And apparently the LotRO fan base thought the same way. It's very divisive, and everybody agrees it could have been better, right? Even if just for the technical. I thought it was like, oh man, I can totally get a fast travel down there, and then I just drove right past two of them. We're just gonna cruise right on through these guys. They're not gonna be able to stop me. That looked really painful. That mouse problem is still there. Where sometimes when you right click, it just like sends your camera in a wild direction for no reason. It's been doing that for almost 20 years. This is the only thing people actually like about the War Seed, is you can just plow right through enemies and not worry about it. In fact, if I was thinking about it, I would have done, where is it? Why can't I do trample? Oh, I think, wait. Not perform mounted combat skill here. I can't? Am I not mounted combat enough for the mounted combat? What? Okay, that sounded better in my head. It's been a running joke at the bar. I should stay there. Staying south. I gotta say, being able to have the windowed map is such an improvement. Oh man. Really should have taken that fast route. Now, I will say one of the best additions to the UI scaling was the option to increase your cursor size. Like, 2 works for me at 4K, but you can't full old man mode with it. Look at this shit. Hey, Grandpa, can you see the fucking cursor now? Where is it? If that's the mouse, where's its tail? Oh. I'm sorry. Amy, why did you strangle your grandfather with a mouse cable? Yeah, that's where the tail was. This is why you should go wireless. And a disclaimer, do not assault your elderly, anyone, for that matter. Assault the young, they deserve it. Old punks. No, don't do that. That deer just fell off that cliff, and now it's just standing at like an 80-degree angle. Break out the protractor. Much as I like Dol Amroth, I do hate the big fucking wings on everything. I mean, I get it. They're supposed to be the Swan Knights. Yeah, sure, got it. It looks like some World of Warcraft shit, man. Not a fan. I am glad that Dol Amroth got its moment in the sun in this game, though. For a little while, it was kind of the end game area. Like, it was kind of the hub. Ugh. In fact, most of the cosmetic armor I'm wearing right now comes from here. Where we go? Focused. I think. Oh, yep. It's at the steps. Full speed up the stairs. Fine. I almost played Neo 3 today, but yeah, I need to chill out. My back hurts. I don't need to do a Neo game with a hurt back.
I did not expect you to return to Dol Amroth so quickly. And where is the king?
Blah, look for your jacks. No. This is something like true, and he grasps the hilt of his sword. I can leave it once. But to say the word and I will voyage with you, I don't think we're doing that. Kindred of the Coins will not long stand against us, for they will know my face and my reputation. But you're not here to recruit me, are you? I can tell by your expression that the king wishes it to be a more secret quest. I apologize for getting carried away. Who does the king suggest? Yeah, instead I'm taking a criminal, Jajax. Tell me you're not serious about this. This Jajax is a Corsair and will betray you at the first opportunity, if he's not already. My scouts report that he has gone in the direction of Abadek's Watch, southeast of Dol Amroth. Okay. Likely to meet with those of his fellows encamped there. They're a danger to Gondor and will always be. I hope you know what you're doing. At this point, I really hope that Jajax does just legit betray us. Just to subvert the whole thing of, like, you know, oh, he's going to be the one to save the day because no one believes in him and blah, blah, blah. Wait, no, he's a piece of shit raider. Like, he should be a piece of shit raider. Come on. So he's out here. Is there another one? Hold on. Make sure there's not another crew member I can follow up on. Look at all this water. This place has got to have a mildew problem, right? There's no way. I mean, I get it. Swans, right? Swan night. Sure, I get it. Oh, wait a minute. Now you have, like, a whole bunch of water and swans just shitting everywhere. I mean, not to mention the noise. How the hell are you supposed to have, like, court, you know, like royal court holdings and proceedings and shit? I mean, the throne's right there. This fucking racket going on. Good God, look at that one. I think he knows I'm looking at him. Dangerous train of thought. I'm going to abandon it now. Nope, these are different quests. What level are these, out of curiosity?
Well, you're
142.
here, I would ask of you some assistance with
I love to do these quests, but it's going to make me so over-leveled. I'm just going to have to come back when I'm done and just fill them out for the deeds and stuff, but... I guess it's just lit in here because I'm technically working for the prince here. And that's the other thing I think they could really improve is the map and the quest log. They can get those working right. Oh man. Let me zoom in on the map. Let me, you know, get a more reliable tracker going. Oh shit! Almost right into the water. Crap, how do I get out of this crazy city again? Nope. How do I? No, it is not. Oh god. It's crashing through on a horse. Wildly out of control. Oh, I see. Okay, we gotta go up this way. Where the hell am I now? Damn it. There you are. I will say, the later areas of LotRO, these cities get real. And I get it, they kind of made a bad precedent with 3. Because that's supposed to be like a village. And they made it like, by MMO standards, huge. Because at one point it was the main hub town. And everyone's going, what the fuck? How big is Minas Tirith going to be? You know? And sure enough, yeah, it's enormous. Like, way too big. Trying to get around in there is a nightmare. This God, between this terrain and the winding roads, the Warseed has some issues out here. Hit the horse brakes. And what I wouldn't give to see, like, obviously it can't happen now, but an alternate timeline where just a couple years after the Lord of the Rings movies came out, Mel Brooks made one, like, with Men in Tights and Robin Hood. Oh my god. Look incredible.
Well, look who turned up, and just in time.
Wonder what happened to Zax, my friend. I was about to go inside and rescue him, but now that you're here, I see the blessing of happy chances upon me. Was from one of the lucky ones. That's why I've lived so long. Get in there, kill his captors, keep my brother alive. Okay. I'm gonna question it. Just go for it. I'm gonna do this fun. Hey guys, fuck you. Wait, what? How come that didn't hit him? How come it's not hit? There we go. Damn it, that did not work at all. That skill, you're supposed to be able to just plow through people. It's so good. When it works. I just have shit damage. Okay. Alright. Take care of this properly. I've seen when that works properly, you can just send entire camps of enemies flying. It's so funny. You do it all. And for a sniper, he had, like, no idea I was there. I killed one. Okay. You come over here too. Not with sniper, you're gonna be a pain in the ass. You. Yeah, okay, come on over. Yeah. Okay, yeah. That's looking bad, right? No, no, don't hit that. Well, too late now. I may have fucked up. I may have fucked up. I fucked up. Hold on. My AoE is not what I'm expecting. Oh boy, now I've got a bunch of half-injured enemies. Okay. That didn't work. I'm going to fucking die. Oh, where's my oh shit buttons? Eh? Nope. That was not the oh shit button. Ah, it was this one. That's what I was trying to find. How far away am I? Where the fuck did you just send me? What? Oh my god, I should have just revived where I was. Holy hell. Okay. I keep forgetting. I'm on difficulty 3. I can't do that. I know, I was just so excited to actually fight something. I had to do it. Oh my god, it's so far down. There really wasn't a defeat circle closer than that. Okay, we're gonna play like a bitch from here on. I've done that if I'd known that. Oh, okay. In here. It's not going to save me any time. Oh, likelihood. Yeah, that's... Oh, God. Get back up to this. I'm built for here. Now, if I was on standard difficulty, totally could have pulled that off. Also, if I remember where the hell my buttons were. Still wish it were possible to somehow tank on horseback, like normal content. But even like overworld shit, there's just no way. You have no AoE on this. At least on Garden. Alright, almost back there. This time I do it correctly. I can still notice the lag on War Steed, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was. The rubber banding is a little more manageable. But Jax, you didn't see that shit. It was much more manageable. Here I'm really having no problem now.
Are you here to rescue me?
Dude,
Please, that is what brings
the
you.
door is right there. Oh. Oh, we didn't even have to escort him out. Come on. Low-level quests are harder than that.
I told you I was lucky. All I had to do is wait, and you rescued my brother for me, huh?
We're assembling a crew to sail to Umbar and rescue the kidnapped heir of Kenneth Gellan from the Kindred of the Coins. When you finished Jack's laughs, but his laughter is free of mirth. Why would I do this? What could you possibly offer to me that would make it worth my while to return to Umbar while it's under the control of the Kindred? Told you what happened when Dax and I returned there? No, my answer is no. You'll sail without us.
Wait.
I will join you if you'll have me. I fear the Kindred of the Coins, but I fear the heir of Casimir more. And they still have supporters throughout these lands. The Corsairs here in Abadek's Watch belong to that number. They imprisoned me as a traitor to the heirs and would do it again if given the chance. My brother says he's a lucky one, but I think in recent days I've had the best fortune in our family. But your path brought you here to rescue me. Cool. Well, no Jajax, we got his brother. Now he's gonna come.
So, that is the way of it,
Brother's always been one who follows. First he served Balakor the Scourge as a deckhand on the Night Jewel, then he served Asgerzor? Yeah, Asgerzor. Okay. His brother until we slew him, and only then. Always Zax needs someone to tell him what to do. Well, I'm different. Jax is a captain, not a crew member. He gives the commands. He's the one who leads. This is where we part ways. I'll find a crew and a ship of my own. May my brother serve you better than he served the heirs of Casimir. Without me to keep him in line, I believe your ship will be doomed. Good luck with my brother, idiot. I'll take him. Alright. I've got two more. Don't know where they are. I'll do some eye strain here. Do this one. Hmm. So where these others are? Oh, I'm on the wrong gondola now. This is the problem with this shit. I have no idea where these others are. And the Green Hills can see one. Did look at the book. Well, I'm not going to go all the way back and just to read a book that made. I'm gonna read my magic book called the fucking internet. And dear. Oh god. So there is a Knight of the Green Hills, then there's Knight of the Green Hills. Are you serious? I lost that. Amdir was the name of the ranger. What? Alright, Lost Amdir was... here. Arndir. Okay, yeah, Amdir was the ranger. Arndir, the boss. I should be able to recall. Check again, see if I can actually on the map. I did not see it. Nope, I am not seeing it. I guess these were optional? I don't know. Feels like it should have directed me.
We must strive to defend our newly gained peace.
Here again. Why have I not been here? Apparently I never picked up that statement. Oh well.
Queen Arwen's brothers. Aye, they spoke of tracking down
Wait, what?
corsairs after the raid upon Tomb Roast.
Oh, Elladan and LotRO here. I guess they were optional. Now, recruit any other members of the crew you wish. So, I guess if you don't do this, they just don't come with you? I don't want that. We got all these kids in here. You need to search for them somewhere near EFL. Okay. Yeah, I need to check which other ones were optional. I knew there were optional ones. I couldn't remember who they were. I guess I just assumed they were on the main quest, but apparently not. Where's she at? I can remember this keep being kind of weirdly set up.
Every day that passes brings my son further into danger.
Join the crew of the Wave Hunters, so I may ask the kindred of coins to return Thorngil. I will only ask once. If they refuse, I will bloody my sword and dent my shield on their carcasses. Husband Carandelian always speaks of the need for patience, for thinking things through, but see where that's gotten us. I like this chick. For the crew you think you will need, but remember the need I have for haste. We retrieve my sword and shield from the armory on the lower level. Maybe you have someone else for this? All these people, can't you get one of them to do it? You just told me that we're in a hurry. It's like, by the way, do this side mission for me. Do this side quest. Oh. No, this is not very well. Again, this game really does not direct you well, especially indoors. I'm not seeing any indication where to go. And she said it was downstairs, but it's like, oh my god, why is this not? Seriously, they make this big deal out of the UI scaling, and then they leave shit like this in. Be found on the lowest level of Arndir. Okay. But where? Off the doors. Anyone with a quest marker. I'm not seeing any kind of Hey. Here we go. But Silent Hill 2, just keep going down. I guess I know who I am. Like, I'm in here, like, grabbing their liege's weapons and shit. Uh-oh.
I am no fighter. My wife has always been the firebrand.
Yeah, it's temper enough for the both of us. Matches it. She exceeds it with her martial skill. There are none more deadly in all the green hills of the blade than she. I am unlike my brother, you know. Doing here rode to Minas Tirith with trumpets and banners, and when he came back, he did so without his sons, for they were of fighting age. My Thorngil was not, but he has been taken away all the same. Now I must rely on both my dangerous wife to retrieve him, so I risk losing them both. I'm here to oversee Penethgillen while Noriel is away. My thoughts will sail alongside her as she rides the waves to Umbar. He ties a small handkerchief to the hilt of the sword. Wow, these two are just... Fuck gender roles, you know? Fuck gender roles, it's fine. Nothing wrong with, you know, marrying a warrior woman, I guess. You know. And I guess when you know that's not your game, it's like, hey, you know. Gotta go all the way around. Oh my god, this place is laid out so badly. And I get it. But it doesn't make it any better. But this place would be infuriating to invade. This side. I can't navigate it during peacetime. Imagine having no knowledge of this place and trying to push in with soldiers. You'd have people going every which direction. It's kind of the idea.
Thank you for bringing me my equipment, and for speaking with my husband.
Here he is, paid run to battle on behalf of our son. Should battle prove necessary. I will be the first to tell you he is no fighter, and I love him all the more for it. I do our fighting for us, without regret. Carandolian will see that Penethgillen does not suffer in my absence. When I return, I will return with my son. Only his father will celebrate more loudly and happily than I. Great. I'm feeling I'm gonna like Nario. Where the sea-longing lord is, along with the sons of Elrond. Somewhere in Tomb Ross. Alright. What is that again? Wait a minute. Interesting, there's two X's now. Reminds me. 12 days on the reward track. I'm gonna have to. Oh god. Oh god, I've got so many to claim. Fuck. Alright. Let's get the claiming. Alright. scripts. Grab. Oh yeah, tons. Tons of room there. The Johnny Gallery Housing Bundle. These various housing items in order to create an artist's gallery in the style of Zajonia. Includes a grand pavilion and an assortment of decorated panels. Well, next time I'm at my house, we can do that. Rose. Ancient scripts. Tracery. Creative ore, we'll take you for a second there. Okay. We're not doing too bad on it. Could be better. It could be worse. Looks like the two of them are out there. Grab the optimal ones first. There's a bit of a sort of thing. Bird. Okay. Wow, that really did nothing. Okay. It's funny, I'm finding that mostly just going for the direct damage is still the best. At least on these guys. You know, if I'm fighting serious stuff that's got a lot of hit, it's gonna be another story. I need to redo my buttons. It's currently at its very outdated. Oh, yeah, there we go. Totally. Okay, so. Yeah, that works. The King's Pony. Be a pet. Fuck out of here. I'm going to remember that's there. Helmet. Chew that? Could make duplicates. So once I do a retaliation or force open, well, Root assault. Run to the rust. The rust. I'm simplifying. Go down, back up here. That's a problem right there. Yeah, what's that? What's that? Find the super Rosendale brothers now. I do like that they got a fair amount of time in the sun. They were very active in the forest. Even if not always directly at the heart of things. Because
I came here in search of Corsairs, but I think they ran afoul of another foe.
there's goblins all around us. Wrong move. What did I just hit? Duty bound. That's a 30-minute thing. Okay, we need to move that. That's up. It's fucked up. Oh, don't have. I got all the bleeds, but Hammer Down was on cooldown. Fuck. Kind of a nasty little thing. Now I have an arrow stuck in my hand. Apparently I was going to shoot someone and animation canceled, so... I canceled. Oh, man. Alright. I need to figure out what the hell this other guy is. Goblins. What is he like? Oh god. Somehow I found these more goblins. I discovered leaking. Well, I should fix it. Patch it up.
I tracked a party of corsairs to this hillside, and I think they are readying their response.
Go again. Screw that up. It. Oh, I didn't know that was commander. Okay. Oh shit. This, this, and he stepped before I can get the finisher off. God damn it. I'm sitting there like, oh, thank God, he's got enough health to do it. Nope. No. Even on difficulty 3, they just are not. Kind of hanging in there until it happens. Back? No, I'm just gonna go back down. Further? Had to get into the world chat for a second. They were discussing Highlander. Oh, God. Oh, right. I was looking for a quest, and I'm like, wait, no, just hitch and ride out of here.
You are here to help?
My brother and I remained behind, for we believed the folk of the Green Hills might still be endangered. I went in search of corsairs and found goblins instead.
Alright, looks like both brothers are in. I need to check this. That one was a quote-unquote hidden one. I need to see what other hidden ones there were. I don't want to miss anybody. I'm not going all the way back to read a book just to check. Oh my god, there's like 4 options. No, there's 5 optional ones. Holy shit. I'm not getting all this done tonight. Oh, well, that's fine. Okay, I got the Brothers of the Queen. Worst part is these are not marked. God damn it. That's not my map. Really wish there was like a button here to make it go to King's Gondola. hell was this? Problem is, it's been a couple weeks since I played this, so I've forgotten where all these people live. Oh, it's way down here. Okay. Oh, this is seriously Barrage Fane. Okay.
Have you come to help? Good.
Wait, these quests I didn't do.
Have you a moment?
We're down here somewhere. Oh, okay. It is here. Okay. Make sure I actually get everybody. Kind of wild. Like, these optional quests, like, I don't know where this quest line fell in the grand scheme of things. I don't know if this was like when nothing else was going on. It was like, yeah, just get as many of the crew members as you want, you know. And there was no rush, like there was no story after for a bit or something. I don't know. I can't imagine people just being like, I'll just grab the bare minimum, that's fine. It's cool that it's an option to recruit more people, though. I will say, despite all the running around you have to do, I don't think there's many games that I would rather run around in. Like, they could have made some things a little easier to deal with, but it's fine. There's a lovely scene right in the middle of this bridge. I just noticed that. Oh man, that's ugly. Holy shit. You just gotta love it when you can just see the literal scenes of it, where it's like, oh, they didn't model this entire bridge. They made half of it and then just mirrored it and stuck it to itself. But, yeah, didn't quite do a good job on it there. Big old walking tree. Oh shit, that thing wasn't actually aggro? Thanks, usually are. God damage. Holy shit. I think he was down here somewhere. Uh-oh. Maybe in the wrong spot. To the wiki. Oh yeah, I'm way off. Oh, it looked like a path down. I was like, oh, that's got to be it. Run through these guys. Kind of looks like it. I'll be either on a horse, but could be this one. Uh-oh. How stuck in? Oh man. That's a weird geometry here. Be around here. I didn't actually read who we're recruiting. I will laugh so hard if we actually recruit a fucking man, but I don't think you are.
You
Looking for crew members.
back again.
I do not like boats. Yeah, your friend probably is you're probably friends with like people that we made in the boats, so you know. Huh. Oh, my friend sailed away on one such vessel, but it's not the first time I've lost a companion to the branches that float. Not for a second, he was about to say another ent got on a boat, and I'm like, what? A friend of mine, Galang the Lemon, built a nest here in Tumbale, but a wooden boat passed nearby, and he flew over to it. He never came back. Marion told me long ago that sailors sometimes take birds with them on their voyages. Perhaps it was the same as Galang. Find Glenn, blow this whistle, and find out Tumbala. Tumbamale. Maybe he has forgot. Okay. Okay, where he is. Nope. Wow, it really is not helping. Holy shit. They really expect you to, like, do some legwork here and just find this stuff. Not seeing it. Huh. It's actually pretty impressive. You don't see this much anymore. Oh my god. Okay, yeah. So from this, we're supposed to infer that we're going to Pellegrier, which makes sense. That does make sense. That is like the main ship area, right? That's a major port city. Okay. Wow. So first off, this is completely unlisted. Unless the book points you to this, which I don't remember. So. You were told to just recruit people, right? And you just come all the way out here for practically no reason. Talk to an ant who tells you that his friend, who I'm guessing is a bird, landed on a boat and sailed away. And maybe, I guess we're recruiting the bird? I'm going to recall back to where I was. I said I'm going to recall back to where I was. Is it on cooldown? Oh shit, it is. Oh, it's lagging. Well, now I've got to try and find my way back up. This place is seriously off the beaten path. I mean, you get led here earlier, but holy hell. Like, what would possess you to come out here to check for that? Oh, boy. We're not fighting that guy. Just getting back to the road is an adventure. Damn. I love how they're like, yeah, this is a rescue mission. Time is of the essence. Go quickly put together a team. And I'm like, wandering in the forest talking to ants, like, do you know anyone that wants to ride on a boat? And he's like, my uncle's a boat. chilling on the beach. I really need the next ultimate fight in 14, because if a fight doesn't kill them 1,000 times while figuring it out, it just isn't fun. Yeah. Yeah, there's some people, that's what they want to do. And here's the thing, I actually get it. I do get it. I understand what that appeal is. That is when you have a guild full of people, and you enjoy sitting down and puzzling it out, right? And you want it to take time. Because it's time spent with your buddies, and you're all doing your thing, and that's great. I'm not going to do that. Like, I'm the kind of person that, like, if we're trying to figure something out like that, I will find relief when it's over. Which means I'm not enjoying it. I had the same thing happen when fighting like Souls bosses. I was having it happen in Neo. Because like I did clear that Neo demo in time to like carry over like the reward shit and all to the full game. It took me many tries, and this was off camera. I will openly say I am much better at games when I'm not streaming. And I think that's a universal thing, right? But, like, trying to beat that demo boss, oh my god. And then when I finally do actually drop them, I'm just like, okay, good, that's over. I don't get that dopamine hit that people get from, you know, finally achieving it and finally doing it. No, I never got that. I can see where some people would, you know, but I don't get it. I don't get that release or payoff or whatever. I get, oh thank god, now I can actually, you know, explore the rest of the fucking game. It really does just come down to, I hate doing, you know, like the same run of the same content over and over again. Yeah, Silksong, the first one looks interesting, but everything I've heard about Silksong itself, oh my god. Like, Hollow Knight, I played, I beat the first boss and was like, yeah, I'll get to this someday. Because I could just tell it was going to be a big game, and I didn't have time for it at the time. And I was like, yeah, I'll have to remember to play this. Never got back to it. And then for one, it's like, it's a bunch of bugs. I don't care. Like, I don't know. If the aesthetic of a game doesn't hit for me, it's also not going to do it. Although I did like Fly Night. Fly Night was fun. But it cracks me up because at this point we do have like Souls-like games that have removed most of the pain points and are much more fair, much more normal video games. And they're so much better for me. Where the Winds Meet, I really do need to get back to it. I'm horribly out of date by now, I'm sure. I'm gonna have all kinds of catch-up shit to do. But I think that's part of the reason why I'm not playing it, because I'm like, man, I don't want to deal with all that. Like, someday when I just want to, like, settle in and do a whole bunch of upgrades and, you know, farm some shit up, yeah, sure. But they also have energy mechanics in that, which will make that difficult. But the actual gameplay of Where Winds Meet is great. Like, even the difficult bosses I was actually engaging with, I'm like, okay, you know, this is alright. And the way it works is, like, if you're really death besting on something, it's going to ruin your gear eventually. So you kind of want to not do that. But they also have a tutorial mode that you can basically do practice mode with a boss until you get it right. And the trick is that practice mode boss is much easier. So you're still gonna actually have a real fight when you do it for real. It's kind of ingenious. Elden Ring. There's still just too much of the Souls nonsense in it. You know. I mean, I can accept that they've gotten rid of most of the stuff that I always hated. You know. And the performance problems were the main thing for me. The fact that the game just never ran right. I think I tried it on the system, and it still didn't run right. There's just something in the game where it just has these fucking stutters, and it does them at the worst possible time. Meanwhile, you know, something like Neo, yeah, it's got performance issues. I've never had a problem during a boss fight. Like, it's never been at a key moment. Yeah, pretty much. But, like, even when Elden Ring is functioning right and all that, I still just don't like some of the design. So many of the bosses have that stupid hesitation in their move set, where they reach back to attack and then just don't. And you're like, okay. Like it looks dumb. Mechanically, it doesn't, like, physics-wise, it makes no sense. The entire point of reaching back like that is to generate momentum and go down. You're supposed to be able to sit there and go, okay, he's got forward momentum, he's committed, right? Instead, they just kind of stop. It's just there to play gotcha. Yeah, I didn't have any issues with Blizzard 3.8, I don't think. A lot of people did, though. That is actually widely reported. A lot of people had serious problems with that game. Wait, what? How did I never discover this? Oh my god, that's funny. That's actually really funny. I mean, it's not really. It's only funny because I don't know this person, and to me it's just a story. That person, that has got to feel just personal. But I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure I've put Elden Ring on 3 different PCs at this point. Not one of them has been free of that stuttering. Not one of them.
Welcome to King.
And we're talking like different manufacturers, pre-built, not pre-built, everything. Do I not have health here? Oh my god, I don't. Oh my god, why is this place such a pain in the ass to go around? Well, the thing is, Elden Ring does not take much to run. It's just there is a certain combination, and it's something super common that causes it to not run right. Like, there were, I just looked over and saw how lit up my face is right now. I'm guessing it's because of this wiki I have open. Yeah. Whoops. I was ascending. Sorry about that, guy. But yeah, like, there were major, like, tech outlets just going, dude, this game's fucked up. I'm just trying to see how far over I can go. Northwest. Okay. Let's go there. Yeah, you're not missing too much with Champions Online. It doesn't seem like there's a tea kettle in my roommate's room. I just looked over, I swear to God. Am I seeing screen tearing? I'm getting screen tearing non-stop, but only on the capture. I'm not seeing anything. Oh, yeah, I am. Oh, God, yes, I am. God damn it. It's been screen tearing this entire time. Cool. I love it when that happens. I have no idea how to fix that. Try resetting this. That was 50 FPS. Look at that. YouTube channel stuff. No, I'm still seeing the screen tearing. What is doing that? I went back and looked at stuff from like last week and it was doing it. I swear to God, man. Every time I think I've like squashed a problem, something happens in Windows and it just comes back up. I don't want to fuck with this too much. I'm actively streaming, but... I have no idea what's doing that. I think the idea of those games is fun. I don't foresee me ever playing it, to be honest.
The shadow of war is now behind us, and Gondor rejoices.
In here, is that the furthest I can go? Jesus, they're really making me just go town by town here. Alright. Take all my money. Fuck it. I'm kidding. It would take a lot to lose money at this level. I mean, most PC games do just work, you know. A lot of people were having trouble with Neo 3. I had none. Meanwhile, Neo 2 actually made my PC just completely freeze up completely. And, like, hard lock the whole system. And I'm like, no. It's part of the reason I bailed on that game. Feller gear, thank God. Alright. This is a wild fucking quest. Interrupt the news scores by shooting someone. Great. Pretty good. Now the problem is, this place is huge, and I have no idea where this guy is, and I think this quest is unmarked. Okay. What the hell? Oh, I've never gotten that before. Streamlabs sent me an email just now saying, your viewers are waiting. It's been a while since your last stream. Yeah. I mean, it has to be the kind of game where you just accept playing the game no matter what it is. Yeah. But that's why you play that kind of game with, like, people you know, or at least you have some connection to. But he's in the northeastern section. He's up. Oh, okay. Actually, up right over where I am. Good. Yeah, I don't know if you caught what I'm doing currently or not, Somner, but I am currently outfitting a crew, or getting a crew for this boat that we're going to take to Umbar. You're given a list of people. I've gotten all of them except for one, but there's 5 additional hidden crew members that you can get. I think a book hints towards where they are, but in order to find this current one, I had to go... What the fuck is it? It's the wrong version of this, but whatever. Hell, I can't even find it on the fucking map now. Okay, I had to go all the way out here, way off the road, no marker, by the way, and talk to an Ent. Who goes to visit and talk to an Ent about a crew member on a boat? He tells me that sometimes birds land on boats, and they go on big trips. Thank you for the follow, Corpse Goblin. And he goes, you know, a friend of mine once got on a boat and he just disappeared. And it's, I assume he's talking about a bird. And you are supposed to divine from that to go to Pelagir, which is a port town, don't get me wrong. But if you notice, this is, I mean, it is marked, but it just says interior quest location. That could mean anything. But it's not, it is not marked with a flaming ring or anything on the map. It is just there. I assume that I'm currently on the quest. We'll see. So, yeah, talk about kind of a throwback to the old style of MMOs, where you just kind of do stuff. Thank you, Corpse Goblin. Although I'm sorry to hear that. It's like anytime someone says, like, oh, you remind me of someone. Like, I know someone who looks just like you. And I'm like, please extend my condolences to them. No one should be cursed with that.
So what brings
Yeah.
you back to my
Oh,
manor
wait,
with
no,
such
he's a sea
haste?
longing blue. Am I in the wrong one? Oh. But yeah, this is one of the ones that's also not shown. Oh, about the crossing? Yeah, no, I do that. For sure. For sure. Delighted to join your crew. Confess. The thoughts of the sea have occupied my dreams, and even my waking thoughts have dwelled upon it. Yeah, I don't drink as much as I used to, especially on stream. Mostly just because of scheduling. I only really drink on days off, and these days I've been doing that at the bar, so what can I do? The problem is that I drive for a living doing Uber, so obviously I can't have a drink and then go off to do that. So, although that didn't stop someone last night. 7 years I've been doing that. I finally had my first temporary deactivation on Lyft because someone tried to say that I smelled like alcohol. And I'm like, I haven't drank since Monday. Like, no. Like, look, I've been doing this for 7... Like, they basically require you to send a response. Like, through chat. And I just go, yeah, I've been doing this for 7 years. I've never drank. My driving record's perfect. Like, you know, fix this. Within 3 minutes, they had me reactivated. So I will give them credit on that. But it still sucks that any person can do that to someone on Uber or Lyft. And both of them do the same shit. And if you get so many reports over time, it becomes permanent. And the issue is that they tend to give, like consolidate, you know, like, not consolidation, but, they basically give free stuff to people for making complaints. So, they incentivize people to lie. And there's nothing you can do to defend yourself. So, yeah. One of the worst parts of doing that. But, 7 years and it finally happened, and they fixed it immediately, so it's fine. And I've been playing LotRO, like, off and on since 2007, when the game was still in beta. So I actually have a founder's account. I actually have the lifetime account, like the lifetime subscription. Best $200 I ever spent. But at the time, we did not know that the game was going to last. Like, we really didn't. Like, that was back when MMOs were getting made just left, right, and center. I have a further confession. I already packed my trunk, hoping beyond hope that a ship would have needed an old sailor. Okay, yeah, this guy's ready to go. Pick up the trunk. Now, hang on. We were supposed to ask about a bird here. Maybe we have to find the bird first. Southern dining room, huh? LotRO G count? That sucks. That really does suck. Yeah, I played quite a bit of the game right up until around 2012 or so, and just kind of fell out of it, and got back to it about 2020 or so. Done carrying that, will you come speak with me and my son? Okay. Everything Calibros. I was on Landroval, and I was on there from beta all the way to last year, when they had everyone.
Tell me about the ship we will be sailing to Umbar. It has been too long.
You want to dance? Shake it.
Thank you very much for the cheer. Haven't seen that in a while. Bit still exists? Gil Amphilis was a mariner of great skill and ability. I know him well. We sailed together more than once. I believe he was, as I am, a man of the sea. No, that's a wrong game. Wrong game. One whose duties called him away from the waves, to his great regret. My wife and son will want to speak to you. They think I am too old to be of use, but I tell you they're wrong. Okay, just send your wife and kids. That's what the other guy did. Yeah.
He's a sailor, my Sirgon, and he has always been a sailor.
You know where I can find some sailors? He believes he's still the same man he was when he commanded the fleets of Gondor, but it is not so. Time marches onward, and while his mind is as sharp as it ever was, my Sirgon has lived long since those days. I do not ask you to withdraw your request, for I know he can be of great help to you and King Elisar. I do not say he should remain behind, for I believe it would do him an injury. Being left behind while others sail on such an urgent mission would deal him a grave hurt, perhaps his last. He must go with you, but do keep a watchful eye on him. Do worry, even as I know he cannot stay. Alright, where's the soon-to-be orphan? I mean his son. Must be like upstairs or something. Hey, buddy, who wants to be like Batman?
I understand you will sail with my father to Umbar on a mission of some secrecy.
Don't ask for any of the details. I think I've expected him to depart ever since I agreed to take over his duties. This seems to be on the king's behalf. My mother told me privately that she feared my father might sneak aboard a merchant ship and vanish in the night. I did not think he would go so far, but it's better this way, I think. Yeah, so no one's saying don't go. This has been a very relaxed part of the book quests here. There's the occasional fight, but it's mostly just talking to
It
people.
will be just like the old days, when I sailed the waves and risked life and limb against the harsh.
The hell? Why'd that not go off? Hold on. But don't tell me my stuff's busted. Hold up. Yep, it's busted. Hang on. Gotta hit some buttons real quick. Hopefully no one else is finding it.
Yeah, Oh, okay. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, okay, sure. Right. Yeah. Oh, neat. Yeah.
There we go. We got it. We got word. Oh, that's Choose Xenogears references in like 5 minutes. What the hell? No Corsair shall prevent us and live. I hear that like Duke Nukem. No Corsair will prevent us and live. Okay, so we're technically done on that, but where's the Boyd? Yeah, right, quest. It's fun going off of a guide because Sirgon's room. I don't think this is his room. Ow, there he is. Holy shit. Okay, so you're expected to wander over on this side of the room. and get close to this bird only after going all the way out of your way to talk to that ant who suggests that a bird once got on a boat. That is, oh my god, that is diabolical. Unless I'm missing some hints, I don't know how anyone would have figured that out normally.
What is it, my friend? Ask me anything and it
What's
shall
up with a
be
bird?
yours.
To speak with my friend about some matter or another. Can't bring it to mind so easily. He's dead now, drowned among the Shield Isles. Dude, I'm asking about your bird. Come on. I do remember that we sailed across the coast of Amphilis, and that bird flew across the water to my vessel and settled on one of the ropes. He was a boisterous little fellow. First, I thought he was there for the fish my crew had caught that day, but he quite ignored them. He stayed on the ship for that entire voyage. As he did not disturb any of the crew, I kept him on board for other journeys as well. Now he keeps me company here at home. You know, might be Gualong, a friend of an ant. Oh, I see. I'll miss the little fellow, but I don't want to keep him here a prisoner. People are very accepting of, like, birds being sentient in Tolkien's work. Go to him and blow the whistle. Perhaps he'll stay here, but if he does not, I will be pleased to set him free. Alright. Might want to open a window first. I don't know. Looks headed and hops excitingly. Is this Gualong? You're free now. Slides out of the cage, circles the room, and vanishes outside. Through the wall? Oh my god, I have to go all the way back to Leaf Shade. Dude, there's problem in this part of this quest. Holy shit. I was afraid I'd have to go all the way back. But thankfully my milestone is up. I really should get additional milestones on this character. It hasn't been a problem up to this point, though. Let me see what the list says about these other hidden ones. Let's see. What else? I don't know what that is. Just making sure it's not like where I am. Umbar and the Shield Isles. Hold on, how the... I don't even think I can do this yet. Is this after you set out? Okay, you must do the King's Own immersion first. I think I did that. Okay, so it sounds like you just collect these people as you go. That's good. But you're not just doing all of it. Oh. Why did Twitch just crash on my TV? Yeah, we're way out there at this point. So the map that I'm currently running around in now is actually like post-war Gondor. So there's actually a duplicate version of Gondor. Like this is the normal one. This map. And the version I'm on is this one, which is called King's Gondor. And basically it's a big part of the story is going around and checking on all the different places in Gondor to see how they managed after the war. And the plot kind of goes from there, and it leads to Umbar, which Umbar is this region down here. So this is stuff that was never actually in the books. You know, they go to Mordor and that's about it. Looking forward to the hunt for Gollum. Nope. Nope. I have zero faith. I hope I'm proven wrong. It'd be real cool if all of a sudden it was just like, oh no, actually it's like, it's super insightful and respectful of the lore and, you know, it's a good movie. I'd love any of that to be true. I expect none of that to be true.
What can I do for you?
Alright, far-ranging. How far-ranging are we talking here? Because I need to go... Oh no, I love the series. I just don't like... I love Lord of the Rings. But... these movies are... not promising at this point. The original Lord of the Rings trilogy of movies is fantastic. They have a couple problems, but for the most part, they're amazing. It's a miracle they're that good. That said, the Hobbit movies were a pretty bad cash grab. Oh, the TV series? Oh, man. Oh, I hate watch that. I didn't miss an episode. But that's because I took great joy in hating on it. Let's see. Oh, yeah, Long Kyrian. Okay, can I go there? Nice. I can go to Erebor, but I can't go there. Okay. Where can I go, game? Where? Ugh. God, this is such a pain to get around in. Lower Lebanon. Into here? Can we go there? Okay, we can go there. See where they can go. Jesus. Now, the TV series, if it wasn't Lord of the Rings, the production value is good for the most part. Not wild about some of the casting.
Greetings, friend.
Like some, those are the least elf-like people I've ever seen. Go this way, guys. Okay, go in here. This is such a waste of silver at this point. But yeah, they crunch the timeline down to this insane degree where it's just not even believable. Like, you've got people on screen that should not be on screen together. The timeline does not work, you know?
How can I be of service?
And then even without all that, they had some serious issues. So, yeah, Season 2 had some interesting concepts. Unfortunately, they kind of did nothing in the entire first season. They kind of just screwed around. And they went, oh shit, we need like a big stinger. So they very pointlessly reveal Sauron way too early. Then it starts treating characters like they're fucking stupid. God, I can't think of the guy's name. The one that made the rings, the very, very important elf. I can't remember his name. But yeah, they make him out to be the dumbest person in fiction. Yeah, Celeborn. That's it. I was blanking. They make him out to be the absolute dumbest person in fiction. I mean, he was flat out told, okay, do not let this guy into the city. Now, to be fair, they were also stupid by not telling him why. Like, hey, by the way, you know, this guy is the enemy. Don't let him in. He then doesn't let him in, and then he goes, but no, please do. You know, look at me, I'm glowing. And he goes, okay, I'll let you in. Just goes completely against it. Like, Gil-galad and Galadriel both told him, dude, don't do it. Like, you know, this is like the most serious thing ever, right? So now Celeborn is just a moron. Absolute idiot. Which sucks. Like, he's supposed to be, like, you know, this legendary crafter who is, you know, by his own incredible people, a genius. And no, and the reason for all of this is because they just couldn't keep it in their pants, and they had to have the big reveal in season 1. Not to mention the whole weird thing where they're heavily inferring that Galadriel was like, she like had the hots for him at first, and it's like, where's your husband? I would very much like to speak with him. Like, she is supposed to be married at that point, I believe. Or is that timeline so screwy? Who knows?
Gondor has a king again.
God, I can't believe how far I have to go. I guess Dol Amroth then. I'm honestly just kind of curious now how many horse rides I have to take to get here. I'll probably wind up doing the rest of this off stream, but holy hell. Wait, no, it's not Celeborn. I was right. Celeborn is the husband of Galadriel. Who is this guy? Celebrimbor. There we go. I knew that wasn't right. I know it wasn't right. It's Celebrimbor. Yeah. And Celeborn is just gone. He's not in the show. Which is really weird. Yeah, it was a hard see. But yeah, yeah, they're so similar. Like Tolkien names are just. It's one of the worst part of this game is just dealing with all these fucking names. Still trying to figure out how to get there. Blonde Kyrian, hell yeah, there we go. Hey, look, they finally have a marker on it. But yeah. So here's the thing though. Celebrimbor has been just dragged through the mud by other media at this point because I mean, Rings of Power makes him out to be a colossal moron. Just absolutely stupid. Then you have what is it, Shadow of War and Shadow of Mordor, where he's like this angry ghost that's like all grimdark and shit. Like, he's sitting there like doing like, you know, dual text with some ranger. I don't know, man. It is weird. Now, Lord of the Rings of Lore, man, I stopped following it for like just a month or two, and all of a sudden, bam, it's gone. They're great games. They're great games. But man, they just treat the lore like it's a piñata. Like, why is Shelob a hot chick? Why is Shelob a hot chick? Come on. That don't make no sense. Sorry, just making sure I'm not here. I went too far. Well, I mean, late Lord of the Rings Online goes way off the reservation. Like, everything I'm doing now is not canon. And so far, they haven't done anything too egregious. There are a few things they do, and I won't spoil them because they're kind of big moments in the plot. There's a couple things they do where it's like, okay, we are officially in fanfiction territory now. And usually they keep it to characters that don't matter. You know, they're like the in-house characters for LotRO. You know, I think they did a great job with the Battle of Pelennor Fields, where, you know, it was a major event. Major characters in the plot of the game have major things happening during it, and it all plugs in together fine. You know, it's very plausible that all this happened. Then you start getting to, like, Gundabad and all that stuff. It starts getting a little weird. In particular, they make a few kind of dance around it a little. They make some interesting claims about Gandalf. I'll say that. Like, specifically his origin. And that's part of the reason why people are not wild about the Rings of Power, because they're trying to do this whole thing where, you know, in Rings of Power, him and Tom Bombadil, are buddies, and like Tom is like teaching Gandalf, and I don't know. I don't like it. I just don't like it. I'm in old man mode on this one.
You found my friend. Voila.
But yeah, LotRO kind of has an origin shakeup as well. It's not terrible. It does come out of nowhere, and it's very much a big old rubber stamp of LotRO going, this, you know, we know this didn't happen in the books, or it's not said in the books. We're saying it here, that in our version it's this. And I'm like, wow, I'm shocked this was okayed. But it's interesting. I'll say that. I will say that. And the only thing I can think is that it helps explain why Gandalf was afraid of Sauron. Because that is something from the book. They do say that, you know, Sauron actually scared him. So it's like, okay. You know, they basically give you a reason why. Oh, the Silmarillion is a what a slog. That one's not an enjoyable read. It really is not. So, I'm going to talk to the bird now? And birds do talk in Lord of the Rings, sure. He's in this giant icon somewhere. Jumps around, chirping and trilling. Several minutes of this. Leaf Shade rumbles in satisfaction and calls. Go over to him. Oh, yeah, sure. I get it. I get it. And, you know, the trick is, like, you know, at least, like, look up some stuff. Like, okay, what are the differences? Because there's a lot of stuff out there where they'll happily tell you, okay, well, this is something that is from the book. This is something that is not, you know. There's no hot red-headed elf chick in The Hobbit. Legolas is not in The Hobbit. His dad is. But yeah, no. It's a thing. Yeah, exactly. They're the biggest departure, and they're there just for fan service. I mean, that's all it is. And it's fine. And as far as I'm concerned, this is the only way that I'm okay with the Hobbit movies. In my own personal headcanon, the Hobbit movies are Bilbo telling the biggest stack of lies he can think of. Martin Freeman is a wonderful pick for Bilbo, don't get me wrong. That casting was amazing. The dwarves are a little too... Thorin himself is just a guy. He does not look like a dwarf. You know, he looks like a normal guy who is, like, you know, we're being told is small. It's like, no, he's not. No, he's not. Like, that one doesn't sell me at all. Like, they went through great lengths in, especially in Fellowship of the Ring, to really sell the idea that the hobbits are little, that they are kid-sized. And there's some shots where it doesn't line up, and you're like, okay, that's clearly a child actor. You know, that's a stand-in. There's other ones where you're like, okay, that's just camera tomfoolery. Okay, you know. And you can usually kind of turn that off because it's done well enough. The dwarves just... Honestly, the animated Rankin Bass Hobbit is so much more faithful in certain ways. a big part of it is just tone. It's whimsical, it's lighthearted, but it gets heavy at times. Like, it clearly has something to say about greed and war and, you know, the value of not going to war. You know, it's very much a kid's cartoon, but there is a big scary dragon. There's, you know, an actual pitched army battle between a whole bunch of armies. Like, it's, you know, they don't shy away from this stuff. You know, even if it is a little cartoony. And how they, I mean, it's a cartoon, obviously. But. And funny enough, Rankin Bass's version of Return of the King isn't bad. Although, the Witch King in that sounds like Skeletor. Like in a tin can.
Traveling.
God, he's talking so slow. Let's see. The bird like being being with a sailor on his voyages. That makes sense. I mean, honestly, I think my favorite part of the dwarves in The Hobbit was when they were fighting the trolls. They didn't win, obviously, but like the way they were doing it was pretty cool. I liked it. You know, they're kind of bumbling all over each other, but they were also like teaming up. Like they all knew each other. You know, it was fun. The singing was fantastic, and of course that comes right from the book. Honestly, the big thing the movies are missing is a lot of the songs. They have a few of them, but in Lord of the Rings and even The Hobbit, there's a lot of songs, like a lot, and some of them I'm skipping through. You know, didn't do much for me on some of them. Some of them were amazing. And Rankin Bass actually had a really good take on some of them. Where There's a Whip, There's a Way is a certified banger. Like, I'd love to play it right now, but I'm pretty sure Twitch and YouTube would not be. But let's just say it was made in the 70s, and it shows, because that bass is fucking sick. Let's see. Bird wants to come with us. Cool. Alright, we got the bird. I did all that to add a bird to the crew. Fucking whatever. I am pretty much out of time. Actually went a little over. Mine's a Moria? You mean, wait, do you mean the crafting game? Like Return to Moria, I think is what it's called. That's not my genre, really. But I know a few people that got heavy into it. Yeah, Return to, yeah. I didn't play it any. I know a few people who did. They liked it. I'm not much for tree punchers, as we call them. But yeah, the song is called Where There's a Whip, There's a Way. I'm gonna grab this, but let's see if I can get at least a few seconds of it here. The first few seconds will probably give you an idea of what it is. It sounds like that. And as the song goes, it gets funkier and funkier. It's fantastic. Like it's legit a song that I just like catch myself humming out of nowhere. Like, it was that good. Of course, you have to, I think it's, I'm trying to remember who's who. The one thing that I always have to get over with the Rankin Bass movies is that Pippin is played by Casey Kasem, better known as Shaggy, like the original Shaggy. And it's absolutely him. You can't get around that. Like, it's very obviously him. Yeah, there's a lot of optional ones here. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Okay, there's a few I have to not. Wait, did I do anything in there? Yes. Leonard Nimoy's Ballad of Bilbo Baggins. That's always a good one. He was well known to be a fan. Take a second. The game hates it when you look at completed quests. Oh God. That's normal Central Gondor. Forget it. I'm never finding it in that mess. I'm going to have to pick this up later. I'm probably going to do a number of these offline because, like, holy crap, there's so many. But I do need to get out of here. I do need to get ready for work. But yeah, this game's fantastic. I always enjoy playing this. Get over where I was. There's a reason I keep coming back to this game. You know, I play all kinds of MMOs, and this one's kind of turning into like the one that I would just love most to see properly successful. You know, its glory days might be past it. I don't know, but honestly, I think with a couple nudges in the right direction, this game could make a serious comeback. Absolutely, pleasure to meet you, and not 100% sure what I'm going to be on next. I actually went, probably for the first time in years, I went a week without streaming, and oof. Oof. Anyway, I will be on when I'm on. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I will see you when I see you.